They're from the courtroom, so they weren't supposed to be.
Exactly.
And we're on is ambulance in the loop on this?
Yes, they're in the loop on it. What this is mostly going towards is the, and I can explain more when we get there, but the fire department becoming a supplemental paramedic service. So the ambulance service has been really pushing for the fire department to do that. And it will really be a help to their efforts, yeah.
Didn't we already sign off on that last year?
You signed off on us, well, I brought it forward to you, going forward for the grant. Now we've received the grant, we need a motion from the board to accept it.
Which one is that?
So it's a USDA grant for about $52,500.
Oh, for the ambulance.
Yeah, for the
Right.
supplemental paramedic materials.
All right, I'd like to call the meeting to order, the regular Board of Selectmen's meeting for Monday, June 20th, 2022. Can we have a call to order?
Candace Bouchard.
Jonathan Moorhart.
Candy Perez?
Josh Kelly.
Todd Archelashi.
Glenn Albanese.
Stephen Sedlak.
Linda Grappo?
Jack Bork.
Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Agenda review?
Yeah, I would like to add an item. I attended last week's Board of Education meeting and got some information from that meeting about the Board of Selectmen request to challenge statute 10-34, the Gilbert tuition. And so I'd like to share some updated information with you this evening. So I'd like to add that. If you need a motion, I can give you that too.
So we'll add that under new business.
What's the title? What's the exact thing? What's the exact item you want to add?
10-34 discussion?
Yes.
H-Bill 10-34.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I got your back.
That'd be item E, huh? Item E. Do we need a motion?
I'll second it.
All right, Steve's motion, Candace seconds, all in favor? Unanimous? Anything else? Approval of minutes for the regular Board of Selectmen's meeting on June 6th. Do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the minutes of June 6, 2022.
Thank you, Candy. Is there a second? Thank you, Steve. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? None? Unanimous? Thank you. Citizens' comments? Moving on to the town manager's report.
Very good. Good evening, everybody. So I will talk about this, at different intervals with members of the board and maybe even a little later tonight, but I, along with 2 board members, have met with a prospective developer for the site at 508 Main Street, and we have more information about that meeting to share with everybody. My annual reviews at this point in time have completed. We continue to have an evolving staff here at Town Hall. I did share with members of the Board of Selectmen, and this will be made public and posted publicly tomorrow. So it's not really new news at this point or anything surprising, but we have received a letter of resignation from our tax collector. We are now seeking a tax collector full-time. If anybody knows somebody, please encourage them to apply online. And we are now, I'm very happy to tell members of the Board of Selectmen, accepting applications online for the first time, I believe, in Winchester's history. So the civil service application has been updated to now be a fillable PDF. It looks, sleek, modern, and you can send any completed application in to the Civil Service Commission at a designated email address, civilservice@townofwinchester.org. And that's, I believe, going to really open up and tear down some of the barriers that we had to our hiring process in general. But we are seeking a tax collector. Today was the last day to turn in an application for a town planner position. And beyond that, we are seeking a building official, and we will soon be seeking, finally posting a assistant assessor position. Beyond that, scrolling down my list here, I have not yet completed an RFP to get bachelor school on the market, but I am working on that diligently, and certainly as developments are made, I will keep you updated, and I hope at the next meeting to be able to bring to you a draft before it can go out and be published. And we have also received word from the Communities Challenge grant administrators at the state level that we are now permitted to go ahead and make expenditures against those accounts. Anything that we make from this point on is reimbursable. So that means those projects will get started just as soon as Public Works is able to catch up with the million other things that they're all working on right now. Regarding E-Code, responses have been sent back to E-Code. The last time we discussed those, they had sent a number of questions to us after talking to staff members. I've sent back responses once things have been clarified. Each of you, just before the last meeting, received instructions on how to access your login to the E-Code system. If you need any help getting into that system, there are a few members of the board, as well as myself, who know that program inside and out, and we're happy to help. Regarding economic development, we have a number of businesses in the last couple of weeks that have approached us. I've had a number of meetings alongside our Director of Economic Development, and I know that he's had even more about some prospective businesses coming to town. Some tentative, some making real concrete plans and starting to spend some money. A ribbon cutting for Live at Home was held Thursday the 16th. The American Mural Project's grand opening was held Friday the 17th. And the Mad River Market's office opening is being held, I believe, this coming weekend. So we're certainly seeing a lot of movement in and around Main Street. I'm very excited that the American Mural Project is now going to be open with regular hours. That's a great thing. The Facade Improvement Program Review Committee, as we've been referring to it, it's been a while since they met, but I did send them all an update based on the $100,000 allocation that this board made to that program with a list of recommended items to be, or a list of recommended awards to be made. So once some action is taken on that front, I will make sure that you're all aware of what that's going to look like. Regarding some grants, we do have one grant that we're going to discuss tonight that has already been awarded at a staff meeting that was held, not this week, but last week. Actually 2 weeks ago now. But since our last meeting here as Board of Selectmen, the staff members got together and found that there are 5 grants that we really want to put our time and energy towards that are going to have huge payoffs. So that includes the Community Investment Fund 2030. That one of the allowable applications that can be put in for this program. And this is a program that's offered by the state that's only open to certain municipalities, which includes Winchester. And infrastructure is a huge part of that. So putting forward a $2 million grant request, there's no match required is my understanding. A $2 million grant request for the Sue Grossman Greenway is what we have in mind there. The Reconnecting Communities grant with the United States Department of Transportation offers an amount of money for planning, projects, which then in turn they hope to fund a phase 2 for each of the projects where they fund planning, and the execution is the phase 2. We're hoping to receive an amount of money that will help us put together a plan for Main Street that will have nose-in parking and that will slow down traffic. Those are the two goals that we're trying to achieve with that grant. The Community Facilities Direct Grant Program is a program offered by USDA that may be able to offer us an amount of money to help improve some of the facilities around town that are in need of repairs. T-Mobile is offering a hometown grant that helps improve public spaces, and the Small Town Economic Assistance Program is once again back with applications due this summer. This is a program that we've been able to take advantage of through the state of Connecticut in the past, and it's our hope that we'll be able to receive some money for significant infrastructure projects. That's up to $500,000 that they're awarding. So if you have any other grant opportunities on your mind that you hear about through the news, please send those along. But overall, these 5, they're worth it, absolutely. And that's one of the reasons why we whittled down our list to these 5. However, it will take a lot of time and energy to make sure that we're moving forward with them and have grants that are worth submitting. Beyond that, you all know, of course, that the infrastructure proposal is moved forward at referendum, and once we have a plan on how to best move forward with borrowing and with executing those projects, I will make sure that you are all aware. And I've already discussed personnel. But are there any questions that I can help answer for the Board of Selectmen?
Yeah, I just want to go back to personnel. Did you say that we're hiring an assistant assessor?
That's the thought right now. We do have money in the budget for a full assessor, but
So does that mean that, I guess you've already moved the assistant to the assessor position?
so we have 2 hired assessors right now. In terms of the job classifications, that person was already in an assessor role.
They were.
Okay.
I have a question on update on Whiting Street and Sue Grossman.
Okay. First, Whiting Street, I'm happy to say that we have gone through the bid process. The bids, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Anne Marie, came in at about $1.6 million. I don't know if you've actually seen some of these numbers yet. These just came in late last week. I think I met with Jim and Bart about them on Friday. And they came in at $1.6 million, and we have about $800,000 left out of the amount of money that's allocated to the project to spend. So obviously, that's not a good sign. However, Bart was able to identify a component of the project that we're meeting later this week. We haven't set a date and time, but we're hoping to meet with Martin Heft at OPM to get approval, and we've already had pre-conversations with Martin about this, to get approval to remove a specific section of sidewalk from the project that Bart estimates will cost about $800,000 to do. The reason for that being the very steep bank on, if you're driving from Main Street down Whiting Street, I suppose that would almost be northbound. So it would be off to the eastern side, on your right-hand side as you drive up Whiting Street. There's a very steep bank, and there's a sidewalk that's supposed to go there. Because of the amount of work that needs to be done, first to move all the utility poles back, and then to actually level out an area for a sidewalk to go and engineer the whole thing. And in any case, we believe we can see significant cost savings by cutting that out. So the goal is to get OPM permission later this week. By the end of the week, approach the contractor that we're working with to make sure that they have an understanding of the change, make sure that their price is, the price reduction is equivalent to what we're looking for, and we should be able to cover that project with the amount of money that we have allocated. That's the goal, and as I've told you from the beginning, we're trying to find creative solutions to make sure that we're not overburdening our coffers, and so that's what we're working on that side. On Sue Grossman, we've now executed that contract. My understanding is that the contractor is well aware that they have to have the work done prior to October in order for us to get reimbursement on everything and close out that project. And they have the money that they need to be able to to execute the scope of work under the grant. So that's all systems go.
So do we have a project plan on both?
We have a project plan on both. We have specs on both. I'm happy to share engineering.
No,
I'm happy to-
that's what I mean. A project plan has certain timeline identifiers, shovel in the ground.
Yep.
Where are I think for each one of the projects, we should have an outline of where those markers are. And that should be, a cover sheet for the project. We all know what the detail of the project is, but, what's the expectation per the
Okay.
bid of when the markers are to get to October 1st?
Yep.
So that we know, because, basically, if we don't ask for information, and not just you, we don't get it. I mean, and obviously, I know you're really pushing to get this done, but, 6 years, so I think we need to be communicating those markers and, just have a project sheet on each one. Even like on Whiting Street, when is it gonna start happening for those businesses and the residents on that street? It's so just, but.
Right, and Whiting Street is a little bit further behind in
Oh,
all
yeah.
of that, just because we
Because
just
of
closed the
this.
bids last week. Right, we're still plodding along.
Right.
Sue Grossman, they may have, I just may not be privy to the fact that
Oh,
they
no,
have a schedule, so let
Yeah.
me get that for you.
Yeah, I just think
Share it
we
along.
need a schedule on all the projects. And are we gonna hear about a road plan besides, the bond roads? On maintenance of the roads, because it's, I can't imagine we've used every penny, this year ends on June 1st, but normal towns are announcing what they're doing on their roads for, from the budget from 2023, because obviously we're kicking off in the spring. I don't expect a plan for, the bond at all. But I'm looking for, are we going to announce, sweeping of roads, maintenance of roads? I mean, whatever's left of the $714,000 that we annually project, yeah.
Absolutely, so,
They're not, Public Works doesn't communicate.
understood. And what I can say is, I know that we have a plan that's already been developed, that was shared a little bit during the presentations that we made about infrastructure, about
Right,
the crack sealing and chip sealing that
Right.
will occur, but I can expand that to make sure it includes sweeping, it includes other.
Well, I just think at
Maintenance
least that
projects.
they start saying when they're gonna initiate these aspects
Yep.
and what roads are impacted and put it out there. I mean, maybe it's gonna be September, maybe it's gonna be June, I don't know, but we're just not, we need to start communicating roads.
Right.
Everything about roads. Thank you.
Understood. Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. One, based upon something you said earlier, and that's the tax collectors. Are we putting a new job description for that position? Are you changing it at all, or is it the exact same job description in which Hillary was hired under?
Yep. And I think you all know that as I've been going through and we've been hiring new individuals, especially if you've seen some of the Civil Service Commission minutes and such, I have been trying to update all of our job descriptions as just a matter of course. The Civil Service Handbook actually requires that they be done every 2 years, and that really hasn't happened up to this point in time. And even with my efforts, we're not quite meeting that goal, but it's an effort to try and move in that direction. Given the fact that notice of this vacancy was came in today, and the date on the calendar and how close we are to July 1st, I have asked the Civil Service Commission to waive a review of that job description at this point and post. Amendments to the job descriptions can occur after a hire is made. It's not best practice, but given the fact that we're up against tax season, I feel it's really important that we're making sure that application's out the door as soon as possible. It's not something that we do for most of our applications, certainly.
Because this would be a perfect time to make some additions if you required different responsibilities for that position, different qualifications. Putting it now in the job description as we're searching for a new person would be the perfect time to do it.
True. And if anybody has thoughts about what that should look like, I'm certainly open to it, and all of this can be, amendments can continue to be made, not just during the hiring process, but also thereafter as well.
Fair enough. Josh, I do have another question I'd like to ask that's not part of your report, and it's just an update. I know that the charging stations over at the old Bank of America building, they're still there.
Yep.
I'm interested in knowing how much that's really cost us. They're not being used right now, is that correct? Because they can't be used.
That's right. The electricity is shut off to them. They can't be used.
And the charge cards ability, that hasn't been put in yet.
Right.
But it's going to cost us some money to do that.
Mm-hmm.
We should know that. And as I know, and I think you know too, that the Eversource has two different rates
that they charge for electricity from a regular house rate to a lower rate for a charging station. And I'm just wondering, are we on that? And if we're not, and we have to put in a new meter system, what does that cost? Because I think as we see the cost of travel and the cost of gasoline coming up, people are certainly wondering, well, how is this all going to affect the use of electric charging stations? And how much has the town really given away on that at this point for them use? So do you have a report, Hudson?
I do. I have some information for you. First, the number that we were all discussing back a couple months ago when we talked about putting the EV charging stations in, I believe actually the first number I talked to you about was somewhere in the ballpark of $5,000. We have, it won't be that expensive, we know that now. The specific quote that we received at the time that we put an order in for the credit card machine was $2,700. And now it sounds like it may be as low as $2,100 to have the actual credit card machine
Per machine?
installed.
Because there's 2 changers over there.
That's right. That's right. So this is the entire cost for both machines.
27.
Well, and it'll actually be a little less than 27, perhaps about 2,200. So that's just for the credit card machine. And if we had installed that at the beginning, it might have been a little less money, but we didn't, and that's what it was. So in fiscal year 2019, that's when these EV charging stations were installed. That was $3,617 paid out of the Selectmen's contingency, is my understanding. The electrical costs for the EV station, it's really important to note, and you hit the nail on the head, where we have right now a specific rate that's catered towards our commercial structures, and that's because the EV charging stations are hooked up to what was previously a commercial structure. It is a higher cost for electricity. We have been told that if we were to get a separate meter, and I don't have a cost for that right now, unfortunately, but if we were to get a separate meter, we would be able to get a reduced rate for the electricity going to the EV charging stations going forward. So that's something that I will investigate. Between the installation time and now, the monthly rate for the EV charging station, or I should say for the entire building, because the building's electrical costs and the EV charging station's electrical costs all coming through the same meter. But they range anywhere from as low as $360 up to $815. Actually, sorry, the lowest is $286.62.
That's a per month?
That's on a monthly basis. So it's a significant amount of money. There's no way around that. The credit card machines, certainly I'll go through a fee schedule with you as we move to install them, which, as I've said, hasn't happened yet. But all of the credit card machines are competitively priced to make sure that you're not just paying for the base rate of electricity at a flat rate, but you're also paying for a little bit towards the cost of the installation of all of these products and a little bit towards the maintenance of these products going forward. So again, more information on that to come, but that's some basic information for you around installation costs, ongoing costs, and now the credit card machine installation costs.
Do we know if Stop and Shop is going to install charging stations like they do in their other Stop and Shops?
Our resident expert, John Wiarda, has told me that he has heard it from now multiple managers over at the Stop and Shop that they will be installing like they do at other Stop and Shops, just like you said. However, I haven't seen any movement towards that. And the last time he asked one of the managers there, they said they hadn't heard about it in a while.
And there's free charging at the medical center.
That's right.
Well, actually, they've really limited the charging at the medical center to just those people using the center. You just can't park there and charge your car.
You can't?
No, because I know a person who tried to do
Tried
that,
it?
and they stopped him.
Got it.
The Conservation Commission met like a week and a half ago, and somebody came in to talk about the new installation of new sites. And it sounded like, because there was a lot of your staff here talking about the charging stations, and the commission as well, and it sounded like they were already planning for more places to put charging stations. And then also Eversource has some grants to be able to put them in, because the person that was talking about how they charge people through the credit card system, like you explained. So is there more plans that staff is developing for more stations in town?
There aren't specific plans for any installations to be done by the town as an entity. But what I can say is there are grants, just like you said, from Eversource, there are grants from Tesla, and there are grants that are going to be coming from the new federal infrastructure money, all of which can be used to help install EV charging stations. So what staff's been doing, and John Wiarda, like I said, really a resident expert in electric vehicles and EV charging stations. I know he's on the commission, and he's been pushing the commission towards trying to work with businesses around and some of the agencies that we have around to identify spots where EV charging stations can be put in. I know that John's been keeping track of, and there will be EV charging stations, my understanding, at the Hinsdale School. Once that's all up and running, I don't know how many heads, I don't know what level of charging, but he has been in contact with the developers, and he's of an understanding that that will occur. And a lot of areas where new construction's occurring, he's been trying to push for that development, including even right here across the street, trying to find out about 35 Willow Street. So, like I said, nothing concrete right now. If anything concrete comes to fruition, I'm happy to report on that. And the Conservation Commission's continuing to try and find partnerships and grant monies that can be used to execute these plans without town involvement and over town funding commitment.
Well, when we put these in, I don't think anybody thought about that there were different rates and that we could use a different meter in there. And so, taxpayers have been paying extra for people to use this for the past months until we shut them down. And whether that should continue at a lower rate, wherever you're going to put it, you need to look at that. And the unintended consequences of when we tried to put this in and we said it would be a good thing to do, I don't think any of us went deep enough to really question, well, what's it going to cost, how it's going to cost, can we save money, and who's paying for it?
And is it part of an economic development plan?
Yeah.
Well, I had talked to staff about putting in the meters. I had talked to staff about putting in the credit card meters.
Well, if we were to put any around here in the building it's still, you're gonna need a separate meter to take the electricity from not the commercial rate that we pay as a building, but a separate meter. And so if we think about anything doing that publicly again, we definitely look at getting a different rate.
Agreed.
Because the rates are gonna go sky high in the next 6 months, we know that. Or next 2 months. Thank you, Josh, for that information.
No problem. Andy?
I have one more question I forgot to ask you. I was reading something, I think it was about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. It said the ARPA funds had not come from Washington to the state of Connecticut yet, which means that if the state of Connecticut didn't get them, then we would not have had the second round. Do we have the second round in our bank accounts?
Well, and so that was made clear in the presentation that I had given before. The money that is coming in for phase 2 is not yet in our accounts, and it's not being delivered until July 1st.
Right.
So the allocations that are being made are pre-planning so that when it hits our bank account on July 1st.
But if the state doesn't have the money yet, will it actually hit July 1st?
That's what happened last year. We had it July 1st. It was all routed correctly, and
I'm just saying the state doesn't have it yet.
right.
The article said the state hadn't received it.
Well, and I'm not really sure when they received it last year, but I know that they're set up for it. I know that I've received emails about it from Martin Heft at OPM, and I have confidence that it's coming our way.
Josh, a couple weeks ago, we talked about the possibility of local detour signs
Yes.
for the Raleigh Plaza businesses. Any movement on those?
I have nothing from DOT. Just to reiterate for everybody, in case anybody's watching who hasn't been part of this conversation or anybody here hasn't heard the full story. So the work that's being done on Rowley Street is a state project, and according to their state policies, if there is a way to route people on state roads, they have to do it. So instead of sending people up to Case Ave, instead of having a really nice, comprehensive, locally focused traffic plan, they slap up a few arrow signs that take you down a state road all the way up to Torrington and all the way back down Rowley Street, which locals know is ridiculous. Somebody who's visiting town might not. And also, people may be surprised and have been surprised. I've seen it. People started to turn into Raleigh Street and very quickly deflecting back because of a lack of signage. So DOT is the ones, because it's a state road, we can't just put up signs along the state road. We need DOT to do that. I know, and I've been copied on communications to state DOT about that to try and get motion on it. And to date, we haven't seen any improvements on signage. But we'll continue to try.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anne Marie, Finance Director's report. They ask that you speak into the microphone so they can hear from home.
I have a hard time because I try to look up, but I can't see. So this microphone is very difficult when you're trying to read and speak at the same time. So I apologize. So I just want to start off by thanking Hillary for her service to the town of Winchester as our tax collector. She has done a wonderful job, and I want to wish her well in her new position. Just to let residents know that the tax bills will be mailed next week, so you should be getting them probably by the 30th. If you do not receive your tax bill in the mail, I would say by the first week of July, please contact the tax collector's office. July 1st, just as a reminder, is a Friday, and the tax office is only open from 8 a.m. to noon. And then the tax office will be open again on Tuesday, July 5th, because Monday is the observance of Independence Day. Just for the Board of Selectmen, I have spoken to Josh today a little bit about our plan for our tax office coverage for the month of July and August. We are going to be doing some cross-training within our department so that I can have some staff available to help within the tax department. And we are also getting some assistance from QDS. As you know, that we're moving to QDS as of July 1st for our tax system. So we will have QDS staff in the office when the tax office staff needs them. That's for me. Okay, on to our general fund results. As of May 31st, we are 92% into the fiscal year. Our total property taxes for the current year are 25.013%. That's 102.34% in comparison to 24,314,000, which was 101% as of the same period last year. Our past due collections have been very robust this year at $418,000, which is 139.28% in comparison to $204,000, which was 63% of our budget for the previous year. Total revenues are at $34.78 million, which is 99.68% of the budget, compared to $34.07 million, which was 99.78% of the budget. Please keep in mind our budget this year is $742,500 higher than the previous year. Total expenditures year to date are $30.428 million, which is 87.21% of the budget, in comparison to $29,881,000 for the same period, which was 87.5% of the budget. Municipal aid, we did not receive any municipal aid on the general fund side in May. However, in June, we have the remaining Pequot pilot and the municipal grant, which actually I believe we just received today, which was $306,000. Our cash flow at the end of May in the general fund was $13.5 million. Of that, we have $8.7 million invested, 6.5 of that in the Northwest Community Savings Bank sweep account, and 6.5 and $2.2 million in STIF. May capital expenditures. We didn't have a significant amount of expenditures in May. The only few items to note, and the spending was a little over $9,100 on Case Avenue. Just about $9,700 on annual road maintenance, and I think that goes to what you were speaking to, Candace, on the roads. And then $8,130 on Highland Lake storm drains. We are still waiting for payment request number 4, which was submitted to DAS in April on the Hinsdale project. We're waiting for payment on that, and then I will be meeting with the superintendent and the business manager next Wednesday to prepare payment request number 5 to send to DAS. And other than that, we will not be having, we don't expect to draw down any additional funds on the Bank of America non-revolving for Hinsdale. That's it. Does anyone have questions?
Henry, what was the reason for the delay in getting the taxes out? Was it the change in the system?
I don't know when we typically send the bills out, but I don't believe they typically send them out much earlier than the last week of June.
I thought it was after the 15th that we used to know.
Yeah, I don't know what the date is normally, but they will go out because they'll go out the 26th, and QDS is the ones that are sending them out. So it may be part of the transition that they're going out late this year. I can't confirm that though.
Okay. Are we at this point allowing any credit card payment?
We do right now have online credit card payments. We are switching vendors, so we'll still have online payments, and the newer vendor actually will have more capabilities for residents to pay their taxes and different options for them to pay their taxes.
The credit card option that we've been looking at for the last year or so, there's a fee involved in that. Is that fee going to an additional fee than the payment of the tax itself? Is that still continuing?
I believe so, yes. There's usually a credit card fee on that. Do you remember what the fee was?
Yeah, and that's true of most merchants and vendors. Anybody who's using a credit card system in their place of business is generally, there's some kind of fee involved with that. It's either reflected in higher prices for the goods and services that you're buying, or the individual simply absorbs the cost within their margin of profit. But in any case, yes, I don't know what the percent is off the top of my head. I think it's 2.5, but please don't.
It's typically right around 3 is usually just about the max that companies charge.
And the new vendor that we're working with, I'm very excited because it will allow for auto payments on water and sewer bills. And for anybody who's ever, almost forgotten to pay a water and sewer bill, this is a great thing. But the new vendor has agreed to match or do better. So there is no rising of any fees for residents. As we switch to this new vendor, it will either be an equal percent that they're paying for credit card payments or less.
It will also, the vendor also utilizes PayPal, so you actually, if you want to pay your taxes in installments via PayPal, it's basically an interest-free loan that PayPal will allow you to. So we would get the full payment. However, you do your financing through PayPal over several payments, which, can help some residents if they have some cash flow.
Thank you.
Just a note that residents don't have to pay their taxes on July 1st. They're
No.
due by
Correct.
July 31st
Correct.
or August 1st.
Correct.
Right.
Yes. No, I just wanted to let people know
Well, I'm
who do
just-
get their bill and want to come in on July 1st, that if they come in at 1 o'clock on July 1st, that they're not going to find anybody.
I just wanted to follow up with Jack's thing about people when they get their bills.
Yes.
Even though they'll get their bills right around that time, they don't have to run in here and give us the money.
Correct.
Because they have all month.
They have all month,
They have all
correct.
month to do so.
Correct.
And every town charges fees for paying by credit card. The town of Winchester didn't, and we were paying the bank fees for our residents before.
Anyone else?
Questions?
Thank you. Moving on to correspondence, does anyone have anything?
There's a report from the fire marshal's office in your packet for your review, but besides that, no.
Boards and commissions?
Thank you, Todd. There's no action that we need to take this month, which is a rare, or this week, which is a rare situation. But you see at the bottom of the worksheet that we got from Terry that there are vacancies, and we'd like people to know that they can look into and then volunteer for such vacancies as Board of Assessment Appeals, where they're looking for one alternate member, the Conservation Commission looking for a member, the Recreation Board looking for one member, the Laurel City Commission, which would be looking for about 5 members, and the Retirement Board is short 1 member. So anyone interested, please contact the town manager's office and start the process.
Thank you, Steve. I saw some social media posts this week on people looking for volunteer opportunities. This would be an ideal situation for them to get involved with the town and volunteer. Unfinished business. Item 22-31B, consider and possibly act on a request for the proposed American Rescue Plan allocations.
Yes, thank you so much, Todd. So there are a handful of different items that I would like to draw to the board's attention. There were 4 specific items that were discussed at our last meeting that did not receive ARPA funding, but that had been proposed. Those 4 items being funding for the Social Services Coordinator, funding for the Director of Economic Development, an online web development for local businesses fund that would be created, and lastly, improvements to be made to 44 Elm Street. So right now, there are a lot of things up in the air about Elm Street, the Elm Street property, and so it's not my hope to have conversations about that particular item here tonight. But the other 3 items, I have provided you with more backup information as requested about this particular, the 3 particular items that I listed. So first, within your packets, you'll see that there is a fund policy that I've created, much in the same way that we created policies around the facade improvement program and the business startup program. The Winchester Web Development Fund is an idea that I've developed, and I've shared a little bit about it with you. But the purpose of it would be to have a small amount of money, $20,000, set aside, and for small grants to be given out to local businesses to be able to start, launch, improve, expand, or otherwise maintain and create new online content. So it can be anything from, for example, right now I believe Ocean Garden here in town, I believe McGrain's here in town, don't have websites at all. It can be anything from as simple as to help them get some money to hire somebody to help them make a website or pay for a subscription to a service that will allow them to have an online web presence so that visitors and residents can learn more about them and hopefully spend more money at those areas. Or it can be some of our larger firms in town or some of our larger developments. I'm sure that there are going to be new businesses that are going into 35 Willow Street. I'm sure that as the Little Red Barn expands, they're going to need to do work on their website. All of these would be permissible uses under this particular fund. So the thought being, and all of this is adjustable as the board sees fit, but the idea would be to have $20,000 put aside for these projects, to give these out in small $500 increments to applicants, and to have, just like we have for our other in those cases, forgivable loans, for those programs, to have a small review board that would look these over, make sure that they're actually going to be putting these funds to good use, and it would be a reimbursable grant program. So the money would be allocated to the projects that come forward. For example, if McGrain said, hey, we want to get a website, we would like $500 in order to make that happen. We would say, okay, put the application together, they'd submit it to us and say it's approved. They would have to get the work done and then submit receipts to us so that we can see that work was actually done for the items that they have listed, and we can actually see some results of that work online, and we would in turn reimburse that money to them. Now, it's a very small amount of money. We're not talking about anything groundbreaking. We're not talking about a State of Connecticut Office of Tourism marketing campaign, nothing of that level. But I think that this is a small infusion of money into our local businesses that could really help to shine a spotlight on the fact that we need to market ourselves where we succeed right now. Make sure that the great and wonderful businesses that are here in town are known, that they're discoverable, and that we are providing support for these businesses to continue to grow, thrive, and succeed here in Winchester. So I think it's certainly good public relations with these businesses. I think that it's a good thing to help the town as a whole market itself, and to a good move from an economic development standpoint to put some money and shine a spotlight on these marketing efforts. As you're welcome to look through more of this fund information as you see fit, or I can take questions if you have any. Otherwise, I can move on to a couple of the other items that I have in the packet for you tonight.
Wouldn't that money be better used enhancing our website for them and having them listed as a business there?
We have some money that's put aside right now for web improvements on our website, and that's something that I've been trying to work on a plan for behind the scenes and try and move forward with behind the scenes. $20,000, this $20,000 from the American Rescue Plan Act, from my perspective, is not needed for the town's website at this time because of the other money that we already have from the Building Healthier Communities Fund and other related monies.
But I was thinking more if you focus it around just the businesses, not necessarily economic development, because if you go to a lot of other town websites, they'll have business directories.
And that's something that's going to be, as I'm trying to move forward with some of our own website developments, I'm trying to make sure that it's going to include a business directory, maps, interactive maps that can be updated in real time with, the hours that places are open, because those change often, with other web links. But the bottom line is, no matter how much we do on our own town website, at the end of the day, people need to springboard into more information. If somebody says, and I keep coming back to McGrain's because I just know it doesn't have a website, but if you keep springboarding and trying to find more information, what's on the menu? If I want to find out what their hours are in an updated manner, coming to the town's website isn't most people's first thought of where to look, and it's also, I don't think, a sustainable way to be sharing that level of, that volume of information with individuals. Hard for us to share menus for our restaurants, hard for us to share information about special events when they could have their own website that's doing that, that connects in with our website. So I see this as a holistic investment in our online web development, and I think that the town has a role to play with it, but I think that this $20,000 from the American Rescue Plan Act would be better served going into the hands of the businesses to make sure that they have their own presence first.
Well, what's Litchfield Hills, that component, that they're marketing?
So they're marketing the whole region, and that's a great thing from a certain perspective, because we want people to come this way. We want Litchfield Hills to be on the map. But at the same time, I've seen counts of how many, these aren't necessarily up-to-date numbers, but if you're trying to compare the number of times they've posted about Torrington and Litchfield versus the number of times they've mentioned Winchester and Winstead, certainly there's more that we can do to help provide them with materials to post about, and that's something that I have my mind on as well. But they're really holistic, and when you have a holistic marketing campaign like that, Winchester doesn't become a spotlight. And I really think that it should be. But they also need things to spotlight. So we need more, I believe we need more of an online presence from our individual businesses around town, and a more impactful presence from the businesses that already have that presence online.
I'd kind of rather put the money towards marketing Winstead than individual businesses, or, I don't know.
And as you may recall, there's already $40,000 that's been put towards marketing efforts for Winstead out of ARPA, and that's in addition to some of the Building Healthier Communities funds for the website. So we have a good amount of money here, and we have, I think, the creations of a plan and momentum in a particular direction. But as long as, it's just like facade. It's actually, I've been calling this the online facade program, because it's not enough to just have a brick and mortar space anymore. If somebody's coming to Winchester and they're trying to figure out, is this worth a day trip? Is this worth me driving, stopping as we drive through? They're going to jump on their phone and they're going to check out Google Maps. They're going to do a quick Google search to find out what's here. And if all they see is the town website with a lot of links through it that they don't have time to look through, and if they see the alternative of not much, or a Facebook page that hasn't been updated in 2 years, it's just not going to grab people. We want to make sure that money is coming into our economy, people are stopping, spending money here, and even residents of the town have an understanding of what's happening at their local businesses.
Have you reached out to any of the businesses to see if there's an interest? Have you done a survey to see?
I haven't yet. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off,
no,
Linda.
That's okay.
I'd be happy to do that. I didn't want to get anybody's hopes up. Yes.
I think I added everything up correctly between ARPA and Building Healthier Communities. We've provided now $340,000 to local businesses for facade, excuse me, I'm supposed to talk into this. We've provided $340,000 to local businesses for facade improvement. The Director of Economic Development, we put 50,000 or 57,000 in. We put that 40,000 in you just talked to. So we've put, quite a bit of money in to support, the businesses here in town. The ones that you just mentioned already have received money from the other accounts. And I've mentioned before, I don't really, I'd like to see this money go into things that will be here later on. And, we look on this list from before, we have the, radios, we have, the GIS listing and some other things in here. The sewer and water, the sewer stuff that's permitted, so, I'm really not in favor of doing the websites, and
Can we do
I don't think that's been a secret, so, I preferred to look at something else with it, but.
Can we do parking lots? No, we can't do anything paving or anything like that.
No, paving is not one of the items that are supposed to be tackled with this.
Josh, as a former business owner in town, I had to develop my own website, and small businesses can really, it's not very expensive to develop one. There's lots of help to developing websites. And in your proposal, you're saying they can get from $500 to $1,000. I don't see anything in here of what they're putting in to match that. I'd like to see if we end up providing any kind of money for this kind of web development from a private industry, private company. I'd like to see them put some money into it, so not just pay for it and get reimbursed, but maybe 50%. That way, there is some requirement of that. As I said, when I developed my own company's website and paid for that, it was much more expensive that many years ago. Today, you can do these things pretty inexpensively online. And I appreciate what you're saying about we here aren't like our kids or our grandkids when they come into some place. When I'm driving with my granddaughter and I come to a place and I say, well, gee, I wonder where we should stop. And I start looking around. She says, Grandpa, use your smartphone. And that's what people do. They look at their smartphone and they find restaurants, you put anything in. So it's good that businesses put their own website in, and I understand your encouragement. I would rather still see money go to things that are going to be here 25, well, maybe not 25 years from now, but 5 or 7 years from now, as opposed to something that's very quickly used. But if we end up saying this is something as a group that we can support, I would only support it if I could see some matching money going in from the business owners.
And I'm disappointed to say that there's a page that's missing. I had printed this double-sided, and I think when it was copied, you got the first page and the third page, but not the second page, which does outline, and I'll send this to all of you. Obviously, we're not going to approve this tonight. But on the second page, there's an outline of all of the different considerations that are taken, just like we had with all of the other programs for what would be considered to be a more important allocation to make versus something that's going to have less priority. Match is a huge part of that. I believe what we said was anything that's going to be matched 5-to-1 with the business putting in 5 times more than the town is something that's going to be a priority 1. Moving down from there, 2-to-1 is the second level of priority, 1-to-1 is the third, and if they're not putting anything in, that being the last lowest level of priority. So that's something that I did take into account. I'm sorry that I couldn't demonstrate that to you tonight. And you're right that this is relatively inexpensive. All in all, developing a website, it's possible. I've been a webmaster for a number of organizations, nonprofits, et cetera, and it is relatively inexpensive to do. But some businesses aren't doing it, and they aren't getting the help that they need to manage it in a way that really helps, I think, shine a spotlight on everything that they have to offer. So by incentivizing them with very small grants, it's my opinion that that would really help move a number of businesses, especially on Main Street and in our different nooks and crannies, such as Whiting Mills, really bring it to the next level without spending that much money on a per business basis, and really encouraging them to be investing their own money into that online infrastructure when otherwise it's not necessarily on the top of everybody's minds. You're right, it's not a...
Yeah, I understand your philosophy on it, and maybe if I was a new business owner in town, I'd really say, yeah, I want that too. But I do think as a Board of Finance, we should say, well, how much you're gonna put into it yourself.
Right.
And
Oh,
I'll
I agree.
match that, I'll help you match that,
Right.
because we want to encourage development within the town. But I would rather see them put the money in, you know, like if it's my business and it costs $400 to do a website, yeah, I should put 200 in and apply for this grant as a, but I've already put 200 in.
Sure.
And that shows you that I'm committed to that. I think just giving the $400 because I've developed the website, and you look at it and it's done everything, I don't know, I'm not in favor of that. I'd like to see some skin.
Well, let me make sure that the second page is printed out next time, and we'll.
Do you
we'll-
have someone in mind who's going to be the designer?
No, there's no one in particular in mind to be a designer. We do have folks here in Litchfield Hills who design websites, and we could get them in touch.
So you'd have to pay them.
So the grant would go to help pay
Pay them.
for.
Actually, though.
Oh, and there are also a lot of do-it-yourself,
Yeah.
right, hosting sites where you can go and you can pay an amount of money to get access to really create your own website. It's not that difficult. I've done it before myself, and I know that a lot of our business owners could too. Again, this is really just an effort to try and make sure that it's something that's on our business owners' minds, and it's a way to give them just a little bit of help to move in that direction, move in the 21st, towards the 21st century in some of those cases.
Speaking of 21st century, this is Google Maps.
Yeah, I was gonna
I-
say,
I click
just
on-
Google your, yeah.
I click on Google Maps, I click on restaurants, and I go to the restaurant that we were just talking about. I go on here, there's their phone number, here's everything. I go over here, and I can even hit menu.
Just say restaurants
If I had my
Wednesday,
glasses on, I
brings
could
them all
just-
up.
and there's their menu. So,
Or
when we
Brains is
talk
on
about where people are finding information when they travel and stuff like that, this is how I find restaurants
That's
wherever I
right.
go.
Yep.
Is right through here. I'd rather see and make sure that, like in our town, I had to make sure my address where the pin dropped was correct up at the lake, because it was all over the place after we looked for the ambulance for my father one day. I'd rather see business help this way on these sites and make sure they have a presence in the right location, and that they have claimed their business on Facebook or done that on here. So, when we look at how we all work nowadays, I know I'm not as old as you, Jack, but I know I am old.
I do
But
too. I use it too.
I am modern.
I use it too. No, I guess my point only is that people are gonna use that methodology to find what they want. If I own a restaurant or some kind of a business in town, and I set up my own website to advertise for that, I'm also going to make sure that I'm on every way of people finding me on Google that it can. And that, yeah, there's some expense in doing some of that. I just want it, put your money into it too. I just want people to say, okay, I'm willing to do that for my business.
I really do promise there's a second page. It probably is in your scan packet, but
The
we'll
real-
have it next time.
The real value to a website is selling. It's not a restaurant, it's not, you know, to survive in today's business on a main street or something like that, you have to almost like buy your stuff wholesale. You have to have a course in how to make it using that stuff. There was a group in South Norwalk that opened called Beadworks. They imported their beads from Europe. They taught, they sold it wholesale, and they have a retail store. So, you know, even like Live at Home, what she's doing is she's selling a service to do draperies. So those, you know, just having a presence is whatever. You can have a Facebook presence, but Google Maps is everything. I mean, when we did the Fall Foliage Festival, we had a Google presence for just the Fall Foliage Festival, so people could find that. It's really important that you're in Google, because when you talk to your phone, find this.
Yeah, we're in agreement with that.
Yeah.
I'm not in disagreement. I'm at a point where put some money in first. That's all.
Yep. So for the other items that I have listed
We're going
under.
to delay taking any action.
Yeah, we can put that aside. There are two other items that are on the, or that I've put on the agenda under the umbrella of ARPA, and those are the social services and the economic development positions. So within your packets, you have a job description for the Director of Economic Development and for the Director of Social Services. and you have letters of appointment, and a quick set of bullet points. And I apologize, these might not all be in the same spot in your packet. Some of it, I think, was put at the end accidentally. But in any case, so I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about letters of appointment or job descriptions. I think that they're very straightforward. The bullet points that I've developed, it says subject to ARPA-sponsored employee positions towards the top of that page in case you're trying to identify which page I'm referring to. It talks a little bit about methodology behind some of the costs associated with these positions. It underscores the fact, I think especially with the Director of Economic Development position, that this is something that where the job description had been pre-reviewed and approved by this board back in December, as well as a salary range. And so there are two requests that I have for you here tonight. The first, and both related to allocating money from ARPA for these positions to help sustain them. So the first is a $64,238 request to help ensure that we have enough money to have the social services position stay on through this fiscal year. And the second being the having the Director of Economic Development stay on through the end of this fiscal year. In all of the conversations that I've had with you before the last couple of this meeting and the prior meeting, you know, we'd really been looking at trying to fund these positions for a longer period of time. When we first discussed the Director of Economic Development, I had told you that the first allocation would cover 1 year and a second allocation would cover a second year. For the social services office, I think I had put a token $60,000 in the first request to help cover full-time salary this year, and then an additional appropriation is needed to make sure that we can get it through the next fiscal year. I think it's important, even if we're not going to, and of course there was a request for more money for the social services office to get it through the next 3 fiscal years, and that's not what we're considering here tonight. The request is just to get through fiscal year 2023. And with the way that we're leaving things right now with the American Rescue Plan Act dollars, we still have money in the bank. We're not appropriating all of our money. We have an opportunity to be flexible, not just with these positions, but we have an opportunity to be flexible with the different projects that we have going on around town. And we saw a very great example of why it may be really important to keep some of this money in our bank account for a short period of time with the Sue Grossman Greenway. That was a $320,000 extra expenditure that nobody saw coming. Certainly if you had asked us all 3-4 months ago, before inflation started running rampant, and especially cost of oil and asphalt went sky high, we wouldn't have thought that there would be many issues with the Sue Grossman project moving forward. So having that money at our disposal was key, was a real key element of our being able to succeed in that area. So what I am requesting is that we appropriate the amount of money that's identified in this handout here tonight, knowing that it will help us get, and it will allow us to get through fiscal year 2023 without worrying about any other grant dollars needing to come in, without worrying about any other appropriations. And that will give us an opportunity to all review the positions as they stand, see how they do, see how they function, see what output we're getting from these positions over a considerable period of time, rather than a very small couple of months, these past couple of months. It will allow us to have flexibility going into the next fiscal year. If we still have money from ARPA and it's the board's wish to use that money for these positions at that point, we have the opportunity to do that at a future date. If we are able to get some other grant funds to help pay for these positions, we have that opportunity. Or if we need to start having a conversation about, are the positions valid, or are the positions something that we want to have in the annual budget, those are conversations we can have in the next fiscal year. But we did not plan for fiscal year 2023 because of the prior conversations we had had about these positions here with the full board. We did not plan on fiscal year 2023's annual budget paying for the salaries for either of these positions. So some amount of appropriation is needed to get us through this next fiscal year, or it won't be possible. And that's where we currently stand.
Josh, at our last meeting, I asked specifically how much do we have available from the first round that would continue funding these positions. And you indicated January or February through the current funding that we already have. I think that I heard that correctly, that
So
there was money already appropriated for both of these positions that would last, if we did nothing more, through about January or February. I believe you said you thought February.
You're remembering a portion, and you're accurate in that portion. For the Director of Economic Development, we have the money that already available to get through February. The allocation was made originally for 1 year, 1 year's coverage, and TED started on February 1st of 2022. So we do have the funding to get through the following February 1st. So the additional appropriation would help get them through the rest of the next fiscal year. For the social services position, there was no target date that I was trying to get us through with the last appropriation. I knew how much money we needed to appropriate in order to get us through fiscal year 2025. And I allocated the first 60,000 of it back in December, and that's what you all voted on, and that's what I had proposed. And the remainder is what was going to get us through fiscal year 2025. So, doing all of my calculations in order to get us through fiscal year 2023, it's $64,238 that's needed to get us through the remainder of fiscal year 2023.
I'm just trying to get clarification because 64,000 seems like a lot of money to pay between February 1st.
Well, and that's exactly what I'm saying is so for Ted's position, you're right. That will get us up to, right now with the money we have in hand, we can get through February 1st, 2023. For Katie's position, we can get through maybe the end of the summer, beginning of fall.
You mean the end of this summer right now?
That's right.
What happened to the Building Healthier Communities money?
We have Building Healthier Communities money, and some of that has been spent at this point in time, and my understanding is the remainder, when I asked for the difference between what we needed to fill out the rest of this fiscal year, this is the number that came back. So I expect that we would get through, like I said, fall time frame at best. And that was a statement that I did make at the last meeting.
I must have missed something, that this went to a full-time position. That's what I'm confused about, because I just didn't, I thought the 60,000 allocation in December was to extend money from the healthier communities, to extend it to a longer period, not to bump it up to a full-time position. And I just didn't know why we need a full-time position.
And I apologize if the communication was in any way unclear, but I know that the presentations that were given in December and November last year very clearly stated that it would move the position to full-time. But in any case, I believe that Katie's work to an extent speaks for itself. I believe that her report last time, and I apologize, I don't have additional copies here. I hope some of you may still have them from last time, was very thorough. We are seeing right now unprecedented economic times that are forcing people from their homes, that are forcing people to choose between paying taxes and paying electricity bills and paying for food. And I believe that she is helping to coordinate as much relief as possible in a very profound way, in a way that I believe is making a huge impact in our community. And I think that the level of support and the level of the positive feedback that I've heard from her peers on the amount of work that she's done and the amount of help that she's given to residents here in our town, from the other folks around, the other nonprofits, the other governmental agencies that are working towards helping people in need, it's profound. She does a really tremendous job.
Josh, in the total cost of that position, so there's an $80,000 salary, correct?
That's right.
And then there's full benefits, including not only health, but retirement benefits?
Retirement and health, and then we pay 7.65% for all salaries for FICA.
So we paid retirement monies for a person that's as a temporary position?
It's not considered temporary because of the amount of time a temporary position by civil service standards.
Temporarily funded.
Temporarily funded, yes, because as I was saying before, because it's over 120 days per civil service, it's not a temporary position. Even if it was only funded for 6 months, if we're following our civil service standards, which is what we do in town, this is not a temporary position. It's full-time. And I did write into, as you all saw, the letter of appointment that, for both of these positions remain available until the money runs out. And that's our key out.
Right,
And both
right.
of these individuals knew going into the positions that that was a possibility. But that being said, I feel very strongly that we had a thorough discussion on both of these different positions at our meetings in November and December. I believe that, it was an intention, there was an intention to do more, to invest more in our community through economic development and social services alike, which is why we moved Katie up to a full-time position, which is why we have a director of economic development now. And I believe that they have done a great job with the short amount of time that they've had in these newly refined roles. And I believe that they'll continue to do great work. I think we need to give them more time to demonstrate that. And I know that both of them would be happy to come in and give more regular updates if that's something that's of interest. Perhaps it would also be of interest to the town to allocate simply a portion of the social services money right now, or in the near future, and hold the rest off until a later date closer to the fall or early winter. But there are a lot of different ways we can do this. But I do feel strongly that this group, together, we talked about it and we decided to make this investment. And I think we need to follow it through to at least see what that investment can glean and can gain for our town.
Well, I'm going to push back, and this is nothing about anybody's performance. I think it's important that everyone understand this is not about performance. This is not about what we talked about. This is about the amount of money that's going into a position that we didn't, really realize, or was not, the salary wasn't set by us. The benefits, the retirement, the moving up to everything and being considered this position would normally have gone through a regular budget where the Board of Selectmen, acting as the Board of Finance, would decide if we were adding or not adding positions to the town staff. So now we're in a situation where the more that you give us, the more that I'm seeing that we are now in this is a financial discussion for me. This isn't like, I was doing the food drives. I was out there doing them. So I know the importance of somebody doing it. But when we first designed it, it was designed to be financially sustainable between now and for a long time. It was designed to be that way. And now my worry is that it's not financially sustainable for the taxpayer, for what we need to do, and the different things that are, not just this position, but the parts that are moving around it. You have now the staff that are here now, and the staff that you have to hire. And then I've talked ad nauseum about this next coming budget and the budget after that. So when you say that to us, I'm going to push back on the other side and say, we didn't know the amount of money that was going to be offered. We did not know all the benefits that were going to be offered. And I think that's where we're stuck right now, is because that's where we got stuck. So when I asked the last meeting if we could have this discussion about, that like we do with contracts and negotiations, and that would have been a better way to have maybe gone with this or continue with this. And then I was surprised to see it on here tonight, to tell you the truth. I didn't think we were moving to this right away, because I didn't even get these until tonight, because I take an electronic packet. I don't take a regular packet. So I haven't even, other than, I haven't looked at all of this stuff, but I don't need to look at all of it, because it's about the financial sustainability of these things, and how it all came. And that's why that's why I'm pushing back. It's not about whether this person was helped or that person was helped, because I sat there listening to all those things. I was the one that supported the part-time position and supported moving that forward. So that's where I think our disconnect here is. So,
Katie, when you brought that position to us through the Hartford Healthcare,
yes.
didn't you have it sustainable for till 25? I thought.
It was a 3-year part-time. So I think it was, I'm trying to figure out what the number, I remember the numbers being, it's in the building, healthcare, communities. Bruce figured out some numbers, he figured out a salary, because we figured out somebody that was gonna be a coordinator, not somebody that had the degrees or the state qualifications. It was a coordinator at that point in time. And so it was figured out for 3 years, and I wanna say it was, I don't know, 140,000-ish. I want to say to pay the FICA and the part-time salary. And that's how it was figured out. And then at the end of that time, it would have been up to the board and the community whether or not to continue to fund that position.
And I think it was about, I'm just recalling that it was up through the 24-25 budget that we would have to,
Well, this would have been the second year, and then next year would have been the third year, so through fiscal
23,
year
24.
2024.
yeah.
So in fiscal year 2025 was when the board would have put into the regular budget or not.
But that was when you brought it in under a part-time position.
Right, I worked with Bob on that, because what was happening at that time, there are a lot of things that had sprung up. There were a lot of things, I mean, there always are things going on. I mean, it's like all the time. But it was done in a way that we felt could be sustainable. And that's how it came in, and then it's gone in its way here.
And it was,
If I'm remembering correctly, because I've looked at these numbers very recently, the part-time money, if Katie stayed part-time as is with no changes requested and acted on, it would have resulted in her being able to be part-time through October of 2023. Because she started in November of, whatever, 2021.
And just one thing we ought to do here is talk about position, not people.
Correct.
Right, because it's hurtful to the people that are in these things. I mean, it's happened to me before when I was in a different job, and the amount of money that was being paid for that particular position and all that, and I did the same thing. I wrote down everything I did and whatnot. But it's also understandable that when you're trying to stretch dollars, and when you're trying to stretch things to move along, that these conversations are gonna be hard. This is a hard conversation to have, because everybody, there's different sides to everything. But again, my issue that as it is now, going forward as it is not sustainable in my mind for us to be able to carry through in a budget. The way everything has come through on it. I don't believe it's financially sustainable going forward with everything else. But that's me. I mean, I'm just.
Josh, let me ask a what-if scenario here. So we approve this money, and that takes that position through June 30th of 2023. But we're also working 4 or 5 months ahead of time of that position to determine whether that position should be included in the 23-24 budget.
Yep.
Okay. So in February, March, we make a determination that we are not going to fund that position in the 23-24 budget as full-time. We can do that, right?
Mm-hmm. You have every opportunity to.
Because the ARPA money, as you say, is only taking it through June 30th of 23.
That's right.
Okay. So the scenario I'm proposing here is if we decided in February, while we're doing a budget, March, that we do not want this position any longer, is there any repercussions, because isn't this person a part of now a union or something, to say, well, all right, not part of a union, to say to us, you can't do that to me. I'm employed here, and I have rights, and it could be presented in a different way. Because we now say, well, we're going to go out and find a part-time person for this position. Would you still want it? Or if we decide to do that as a new job description, does the person in the position have any other rights to fight for that?
Right, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to present you with the letters of appointment tonight. Good, bad, or indifferent from both the employee's perspective and our perspective. This letter of appointment, our Director of Social Services is an at-will employee, and made it very clear that when the position is no longer funded at a full-time rate, that they may not be able to continue in that position, of course, at a full-time rate. If the town's not funding it, then away it goes. So no, there's no other recourse, given the fact that this is signed, sealed, and approved, and the individual in question doesn't have, is not part of a union. The position does not fall under the heading of a union. I think that answers your question. We have that opportunity, and you have an opportunity as a Board of Selectmen, and this is true of most positions, right? If we don't fund a position, then that's that, and we cut and we remove positions, and the same's true here.
Because in 6 months from now, we're going to have to be looking at funding positions for the following fiscal year.
Well, and that's exactly why, I've amended my proposal, and originally there was a request, for the proposal that I ended up putting forward to include multiple years of full-time employment for this person, and so on and so forth. And so obviously this is very much curtailed. The proposal that's on the table now is to get it through the end of the fiscal year so that we have that flexibility, so that we're planning for the future in a way that's methodical, in a way that's, I think, reasonable and rational, and looking at all of our different alternatives and options, as opposed to simply saying, well, we're going to let the funding run out whenever it may happen, and let the position expire that way. So I believe, as I've said already, I think that this is a good investment in, especially during hard times when people really need a source of information, someone to help them along through their trials and tribulations. And I hope that whether it's tonight or another night, that we'll see fit to allocate some other level of funding towards it. But you do have that flexibility at any point in time.
I certainly appreciate the position's responsibilities and the requirements, and certainly, as we have been talking about the needs of something like this in town, it's just, when we start looking at a budget for next year and know the kind of expectations taxpayers may have, we may be needing to cut some things.
Understood.
And this might go by the wayside because with the salary and benefits, is probably what, 110,000?
A little over 100. Yeah, it's probably in the ballpark of 110 with FICA and everything else.
So if I could ask, you've already made the commitments, so we've got to fully fund this.
No, so the Board of Selectmen has the opportunity at this point in time to not fully fund it. I feel that in at least my representations to the employees, and I felt that in my conversations with members of the board back in December and November, that a level of commitment beyond a few months was made, and that's why I'm proposing this. I feel that it would be in our best interest, in the town's best interest, in the interest of these investments, to put forward money to cover these 2 fiscal years. But if the Board of Selectmen decides not to act, you have the opportunity and the right to do that.
And the money would pay until when?
June 30th, 2023. So a little more than a year from now. Yep.
A year.
Both the 64, 238 for the social service director, and the 24, 550, 548 for the director of economic development.
That's right.
Both will get paid, if we approve this, through June of '23,
That's right.
not beyond.
But it's the whole fiscal year. We're
It is the
not,
whole
we're not
fiscal
in the new fiscal year.
No, 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 this is paid, this is paid.
And one position started during this fiscal year.
Right.
And the other position started,
The previous fiscal year.
That maybe even 2, yeah.
I understand, I get that. And we've already paid through part of the ARPA money, a portion of the salary, and this is just the completion.
Yep.
Just want to be sure that we're deadlining some of these things, so come February or March, and we're talking about budget,
Yep.
we know what we've been told.
And as you've pointed out, tonight does not have to be the night that any vote's taken on either of these two items. The social services item's a little bit more pressing than the economic development item, but it doesn't have to happen tonight. So I'm happy to gather more information. I'm happy to really do anything that the board may wish.
In any of the grant money that you announced earlier that you were looking at, are there additional grant monies that could be secured and not using the ARPA money? If we use the ARPA money for things that we can see and feel and touch and see businesses developing on and bring in more grand list money, is there something that would pay for a salary of that kind of a position through other grants?
With the 5 that we're looking at right now, the answer is no. That doesn't mean that there aren't other grants out there that we should be looking into, and there may even be things like the Building Healthier Communities Fund that have more funds available in the future, or other related items that may be able to be used by the town. But at this time, I'm not aware of any specific grant opportunities that we could be applying for right now that would pertain to these positions, which is why it's coming to you through ARPA.
If we found a grant between now and, let's say, February,
Yep.
can we move to get that grant and then take this money back from ARPA?
Yep, and we've already taken money back from the ARPA allocations, right? There was $200,000 in phase 1 that was put aside for radios, and that was already reallocated for Sue Grossman Greenway purposes.
6,250 from Friends of Main Street to
Yep.
the town.
So, right, we have an opportunity to, even if it was funded, and at any point you fund it, whether it's tonight or whether it's another night, you can always move that money again. It remains your
How
prerogative.
did training come in, be initiated? Never mind, it's not, it's getting too minute. Nothing.
Happy to talk about training. I'm not sure for which position.
I don't
Where are we
see-
going with that, Candace?
I don't see training in the job description, so I'm wondering why temporary employees in training classes. So,
In the job
Yeah.
description?
it's not in the job description.
So if we postpone action and look for more information from Josh, what information are we looking for?
I don't need more information. I'm good.
You ready for a vote?
Are we?
I think that it's important that we provide stability, especially in the current economic climate, for both of these positions. They're funded through ARPA, not through the town for the next fiscal year. And I think that's a stability that's fair while we look into additional ways to fund it in the following year.
I don't think we need to vote tonight.
They're both funded through, you said, the fall?
Right now, yes. I can get an exact date for you at the next meeting. Maybe that's the next piece of information I can
So
provide.
we'll table till next meeting?
I guess that the information that I'd like to see to the next meeting is just to say exactly when does, if we did nothing with these new ARPA allocations, when exactly does that position end based upon what money's already been allocated? So if you say, the last time is October 17th, okay, that, we know that. Or if you say January 14th, we know that. And then we can make that decision at the next meeting.
You've got it.
And
I think-
incorporate the other funding.
Say again?
Incorporate the Building Healthier Communities funding as well.
Yep.
Okay, moving on to new business.
Do we need to put that into a vote, or is that okay?
I can,
Okay.
I have the info, yeah.
We have to vote on tabling it.
Nobody
Because it's
made-
an item
We
of,
don't have to,
It's an item, you just carry it through unfinished business.
oh, okay.
Maybe if you want to table
Just take no
that.
action, yeah.
All right, new business, consider and possibly act on a request for input from the state's attorney's office.
So in your packet, you've all received information from the state's attorney's office regarding a request that's been made by Mr. Henry Centrella. And the bottom line is that his position is he would like to get out of jail before the date that he is set to currently get out of jail, which is in May of 2023. So several months early, and as a victim of the crimes that Mr. Centrella committed, the town, through the Board of Selectmen, has been asked to give a position on this particular motion, and the state's attorney's office is very interested in hearing back on our input into this. So I have a feeling I know the way that the Board of Selectmen leans on this, and a simple motion to either, or perhaps to empower me to write a letter, perhaps Todd to write a letter, with the other members of the Board of Selectmen signing on, stating that we either support it or do not support the motion that's been made by Mr. Centrella.
Candy?
Hell no.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I think that's a sentiment
Until
we
the
could just
roads
send.
are paved, should he get out of jail?
Well, I think, when I say
5
that, I
years.
think, I look
5
at
more
these things, and we've all been affected, and people are still affected today. We're still affected by today, and I read some of the things in here, and he talks about, he said that we had restitution. I marked it here. He said that we have, the town got restitution, and the town got this, and yeah, we might be in a good place, but the taxpayers had to pay for it because he took it. Yeah, we might be in a good place, but our roads aren't done.
And we
Yeah,
can only go back so far.
Right, so, the last time we sent a letter from this board, I would just ask that, Todd and Josh update it with some points about today, where we're still stuck on the roads, where we're still stuck on that. Because he was sentenced for 20 years, but it was cut to 10 years. 11.
55% of his original
Right,
sentence.
so it was already cut for him. And, so I don't think so.
I don't think we should talk about him anymore.
No.
I found it interesting that the comparisons that he was making with other people who had reduced sentences were certainly a one-time crime. Some people got reduced sentences because of other crimes. The difficulty that I see in this is that this has happened over years. And many, many times he could have stopped. Many times he could have. It wasn't a one-time environment. It was not a one-time action. And, I would certainly, if somebody came to us today and was arrested for, something other, for one-time action, I might consider it. But this was not a one-time action. This was years. And what I try to find the one that Kevin had put it in here of how much we've already received back.
Right, but
Only-
there's
it's
also
only
the
what we could
years,
go as far back as we could.
right, and
Yeah.
so there's all the
And-
years that weren't.
And I asked, prior to our meeting tonight, I asked Josh to check with Kevin to see if we could garnish his salaries in the future, if he got out, whatever. But Kevin says,
Whatever we determine in court is final.
can't do anything to change that.
No,
So, as,
we got what we're gonna get.
I'll second a hell no.
Well, I won't second the hell no. I don't think there was anything in the documents that I read that would compel me to say, yes, let's reduce his sentence. However, we're still so angry about what he did. And I've talked to a few people who worked with him, and some of that anger has dissipated. I mean, this is after all, a human being who's paid a considerable debt, whose life is in shambles, lost his family, lost a son, has a good prison record, but there's nothing that would compel me to say, yes, it's time for him to come out. But this extra 11 months is just additional punishment. It's not he's not going to get any different skills in the next 11 months than he's had. And he's going to come out of prison, and I know there are state programs that will help people coming out of prison to get located. But can you imagine? You said something about what we would pay him. he's not gonna come back to this community.
Well, he's community service he has to fulfill. I'd like to know what community.
Yeah, and I'm not a big fan of community service in certain circumstances either.
140 hours or something.
But the thing that tugs at me in the back, you know, I am a Christian, and there is forgiveness. And at some point, don't you have to reach that point? So I'm not mad as hell, but I'm not ready to let him out earlier either.
I think about the smear of the community name. I think the people in this town work hard for their money. It's a blue-collar town. People pay their taxes, people work hard, and he was sentenced by a jury, and this was a fair punishment. I think he should finish out his time.
I'd like to just say a couple words because I'm one of the only people who didn't know where Winchester even was when these crimes were occurring. But I've seen the pain, not just in the taxpayers, not just in the infrastructure of the town, not just here in the face of the members of the Board of Selectmen, but just every day in this community. There is anger, there is a level of hatred even, and to an extent, I understand that feeling, and to an extent, it's right to have those feelings. I think that this town has needed to feel all of those things, and now we have finally some forward momentum, some hope in the future that we're all moving towards, and I'm hoping that that hope replaces any negative feelings that we had. But just looking at the words that Mr. Centrella passed along to us, and to quote him, "I committed a crime, and there is nothing that can justify that. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I deserve none." We're talking about a man who was able to write that in an apology note that's part of this packet, and yet still ask for a reduced sentence after he noted that he shouldn't be forgiven and noted that what he's serving right now is a fair sentence. I don't see how, given the pain he caused and continues to cause this community, anyone could say that this request isn't even repulsive to an extent. I would not be in support of this if I was one of you.
So I had some thoughts, and my opinions on crime and punishment probably put me in a minority here on the board. I am happy that former State's Attorney Gallo said that it appeared that he's getting his life turned around, but that's not good enough for me. His claim that he's done 90% of his sentence, he was sentenced to 20 years, suspended after 11. So doing 10 years is only, 11 years of 20 is 55%. So he's done 90% of 55%. If I had my way, he would have served the whole 20. But, 11 is what justice decided. He said the town recovered. The town recovered financially due to fiscally conservative government by Bob and Dale and Josh. It's survived by a supplemental tax and insurance payments, not through payments by Mr. Centrella. He claims that, he gave back his pension. His pension was town money to begin with. At no time did he ever amount to the amount that he actually took, and that may be because he doesn't actually know. It just became easier and easier and easier over his 30 years. So he's never admitted to how much he stole. The $2.5 million is an estimate. It's probably much higher. The excellent performance reviews from the corrections officers. Mr. Centrella was a great employee for the town. He was well-liked. Everybody thought he was doing his job. What was he doing? He was stealing. And he is in prison, so he doesn't have much choice of not going to work every day and doing the best that he can, because that's his escape in prison. And like Linda said, and a couple others, he damaged the reputation of Winchester, every former employee, and he put its future in jeopardy. He set the town back years through the money that could have been used for the infrastructure. Potential improvements made to the town were put on hold because we did not have the money. So as the majority of the board recommends, not in favor of a modification.
Besides the total mistrust of every board of selectmen
Well, then
that
there's
exists.
still plenty of talk in town that, you know, town employees get a bad black eye because of his actions, and they're distrusted. So what do we need, a motion? Candy?
I make a motion that we authorize our mayor and town manager to write a letter on our behalf, rejecting the request for an early, a reduced sentence for Mr. Henry Centrella.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any further discussion on it? All in favor? Opposed?
I'll abstain.
One abstention? Motion passes. 601. Item 22-38, consider and possibly act on the acceptance of a grant from the United States Department of Agriculture.
So this is a grant that we did discuss to an extent back in the fall. It took a long time for it to get processed. And we discussed at that time the fact that there's a process that our fire department has to go through in order to be able to provide our volunteers who are certified, of course, any employees that we have that are certified, to actually provide paramedic services. It's a supplemental designation that has to be given by the state of Connecticut, and in order to then, once you obtain a supplemental designation, you are able to house ambulances, and there are more collaborations that we can have with the ambulance service that we have here in town, and we are also required to have some specific items at our disposal. So that includes a first responder vehicle, that includes other equipment, medical supplies, that are all to be partially paid for by this grant, with remaining costs to come from the town's interest that it has earned on capital items. So we have, my understanding, over $50,000 that has been accumulated in that over the course of this past year, this fiscal year, not yet closed out. That interest is very secure, given the fact that we are not able to invest in securities. We're not able to invest in the stock market the way that others are. We are only able to invest in very small yielding items that have more or less a guaranteed output. So there isn't really a risk of losing that. So we have over $50,000 there, and we are required to put approximately $40,000 forward as a match for this grant. Altogether, we will be able to purchase the items listed and help our fire department on its last box that it needs to check off before it is officially deemed as a supplemental paramedic center here in Winchester. It's very generous of the USDA to be helping out with this. They see a lot of these applications, and this was a competitive grant.
Do we have a motion?
Sorry, a motion is needed to accept the grant. This has been awarded at this point in time.
That's the grant for 52,200,
That's right.
but it is a match. We have to.
Yes, there is a less than 50% match, but yes, there is a match component, as I think we're going to see with more and more grants going forward.
That was my conversation about matching the
There you go.
website development.
I would move that the Board of Selectmen authorize resolution number 22-06.
Thank you, Steve. Is there a second? Thank you, Linda. Any further discussion? All in favor? Unanimous, passes. Thank you. Item 22-39, proposed line item transfer.
So the transfer here in front of you is an interdepartmental transfer from the Inland Wetlands Commission medical benefits line to the Planning and Zoning Secretary Support Staff and Fringe Benefits FICA lines in an amount of $5,000. All of this, I apologize. It's from Community Planning and Development to Inland Wetlands. We have had more costs associated with inland wetlands this year than we expected, and we've had fewer in planning. As you all know, because we've had conversations around where all of this funding was located in this most recently adopted budget that we're going into starting July 1. There are a number of different pockets where right now we have support staff for our planning department located, where it was located under prior administrations. So in some cases, there's more work that's being done on the inland wetland side. In some cases, there's more work that's being done on the planning side. And before this coming year, and in this current fiscal year that we're in now, if there's a transfer that's needed to cover some of those hours are allocated where the work's being done. And in this case, more work is being done in the Inland Wetlands Department right now than Community Planning and Development, where we have some savings that can be transferred over. So the proposal's for $5,000 transfer, as listed.
I'll make the motion. I move that the Board of Selectmen approve the following line item appropriation transfers of $5,000 from the Community Planning and Development, Medical Benefits, 149-900-0002. 2, Inland Wetlands Commission, Secretary, Support Staff, 136-193-0000, in the amount of $4,500, with fringe benefits, FICA, 136-900-001 in the amount of $500.
Thank you,
Total
Jack. Is there a
transfer
second?
amounting to $5,000.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Linda. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? Item D, consider, that should be after executive session, shouldn't it?
Yeah, and that's fine.
Do we,
We usually have to return to
well, we want to go to
the
E?
new business.
Yeah, we'll skip item D, we'll go to item E, discussion on 10-34.
Okay, thank you, Todd. Let me just give you a quick handout here. As a liaison to the Board of Education, I went to their meeting last Tuesday night, and this is a page out of their action booklet, their agenda. And I wanted to bring to our attention because apparently there's been communication between Jay Case and Melanie Brady Shanley about what was actually an initiative started by the Board of Selectmen, if you remember back several months ago.
Years ago.
Well, it actually goes back over 2 years, but there's, and at the very bottom where it says in reference to, you will see what it is that is going on at the state right now. Section 263, effective July 1, the Department of Education shall conduct a study of the funding process for the Gilbert School approved pursuant to Section 10-34 of the General Statutes. Department may consult with the Gilbert School while conducting such study, not later than January 1st of 2023, so it's six-month study. The department shall submit a report of the results of such study and any recommendations relating to the funding process for the Gilbert School to a joint standing committee of the General Assembly having cognizance of matters relating to education in accordance with the provisions of Section 11(4)(a) of the General Statutes. At any rate, there was considerable discussion, and two members especially of the Board of Education want the Board of Education to have input, to be part of the study, to make statements, to present history and present documents, etc. Apparently, the Commissioner of Education has decided that that's not the way the study is going to be conducted. It will be done internally by people from the State Department and will include consultation with the Gilbert School, but not with the local school board or with this body. There was no mention of the Board of Selectmen initiating this action. So I thought it would be interesting to bring you up to date on where that stands. It's going to be a 6-month study resulting in some recommendation.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Steve, you just said that And where did this information come from that the commissioner of the State Board of Ed decided it was just internal and only Gilbert was gonna participate? Where did you hear that?
At the Board of Education meeting.
I have not heard that. And I looked at,
Well, I hadn't heard it otherwise.
so the commissioners decided, that it's only internal at the State Department of Education, and only the Gilbert School can testify, and the Board of Education and the Board of Finance, Board of Selectmen, has nothing to say about 10-34?
I know nothing other than what is written here.
Right, but right here, it doesn't say that they're not gonna talk to anybody else.
No, it doesn't, but the Board of Education was concerned that they would not have an opportunity to make any statements to the group doing the study.
Right, that's up front, up top here,
Right.
but you said that the commissioner decided that there wouldn't be any.
So there's no
Board
letter
of
from
Ed.
the commissioner stating that?
There's no letter, there's no indication that the commissioner wouldn't take the Board of Ed, correct?
I don't know, Todd, have you had any communication with Jay?
I have
over-
not.
Okay,
Not
so,
on this.
So, because I talked to Josh about a week and a half ago, that I believe that this board should write a letter to the Commissioner of Education requesting standing in terms of the study, because
That's
right
what-
now, 10-34 is a blank check.
well,
And so, we, as the Board of Finance, end up having to pay it through our property tax people.
well,
So we-
the issue is, the state is going to conduct a study.
Yes, I know
At this
that.
particular point, we know that they're gonna consult with the Gilbert School. It doesn't say anything else.
Right, but you said, that's the thing, I was good all the way through this, I already knew about this because it was through the legislative session, it was already made its rounds everywhere.
Yeah.
So I knew that, I read this, about the board wanted standing, and I knew that, but I did not know what you said, that the commissioner decided it's only gonna be internal with no input from the Board of Education, you just said that.
I think.
I'm repeating what I heard.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll go back and look at the
Well, I think what
tape
it's-
and see what was actually
So
said, but
maybe,
that's what I
maybe it
heard.
was, maybe this part is.
No, they say here in the first sentence, conduct a study of the funding process for Gilbert. So where does Gilbert get their funds? So clearly, you know, they may be talking in the corporation or whatever, how they get that, and how we fund them, but it doesn't include, the Board of Ed is not funding them. So, I
Well,
mean.
they are funding them. They hire them, they vendor them.
Right, but there's documents saying how much we're funding them.
Right.
But we don't know if they're all the documents because that 100,000 was just given to them in the middle of a year without the board's approval, Board of Selectmen's approval to release the money. So there's that gap that's missing.
But we had no authority over that 100,000.
Right.
Because that was, the Board of Ed had every authority over it.
But will they find that funding without talking to the Board of Ed?
I don't know, but I guess we'll see what happens, but I think that when we talk, we're only talking about the financial piece of it.
Right.
And it's only the financial piece. It's about 95% of the financial support coming from our taxpayers. So that's the reason for why we went and asked for 10-34 to include a mediation and an arbitration and even a negotiation in it, instead of just the process through. That's how all this got here. And that's what we're asking for, is that there be a formal one. And there wasn't a formal one this year either. You know, it was a vote, and then it came so I think that,
The scope is interesting because what about the money that they got from, they applied for during COVID?
so I guess all that stuff will come out. It's just that one would hope that when someone is doing when the Department of Education is looking at the overall process for it, that they look at all parts of the process from our side, which is the Board of Ed and the Board of Selectmen. And let's hope that happens. And well, we'll try this then. I'd like to make a motion that the Board of Selectmen authorize our Mayor Todd Ashelowski and our town manager to send a letter to the Commissioner of Education requesting our ability to give input to, do they have a number on here? Section 263 from the state legislature regarding the Department of Education's study of the Gilbert School. Hope that wasn't too long there, Glenn.
We'll get it on tape.
I'll read the tape. I'm good at that.
So there's a motion.
Second.
Thank you, Candace. Any further discussion on it?
Yeah, you're sending a letter to whom?
The Commissioner of Education requesting that the Board of Selectmen,
Acting as the Board of Finance.
okay, but Glenn has,
And the Board of Ed can submit.
well, the Board of Ed can do their own thing, but this was initiated
Yeah,
by.
the Board of Ed has done their own thing.
Well,
Okay, good.
what you're requesting is just, we should have a voice
Standing in the proceedings.
Yes. we should
as a
have
Board of Finance.
Yes, that the Commissioner of Education should include us in the process.
Would you be willing to add to that the report not just go to the Standing Committee of the General Assembly, but also the final report be sent to us?
Well, I think that, we can access the report at any time because it will be a public document. I would hope that they would send it to us.
Well, they could.
But if we have standing, if we're part of the process, I would think that we would get it. So I don't want to get right into I don't think we need to go that far in. Because you could just have FOI if you had to, but you won't have to because it's a public document.
Well, so we should be looking for that report from the state in January then.
All in favor? Unanimous? No citizens' comments, selectmen's comments and reports. Anyone have anything?
Yeah, because I can't, I do have something, and I meant to put it on under the agenda thing, and I didn't, so I understand if we can't do anything with this, but I was reading, as I always say, I read, and there's a community I read about, looked at our first responders with regards to this gas, the high price of gas right now, and our first responders, did the ambulance have people that are non-paid that respond? Not still?
Volunteers, yes.
They're volunteers. So we have volunteers at the ambulance, and we know we have volunteers with our firefighters, and with the price of gas the way it is. I was wondering if we through our contingency account, because we have some funds left over, if we wouldn't want to make a donation to those, first responders and I know this is just like a token, it's not really helping much, but just something to offset the money that they spend on a routine basis whenever the fire alarms go off or whenever the ambulance goes off and they respond to something and have to go out there just as a show of support, because we used to do that, like when there was a big fire, we would sometimes take money out of contingency to send food to that fire or food to something like that. So, I just wondered if y'all thought that might be a good idea, or if I was opening up a can of worms.
You mean, take the money out of the current budget that we have left over, not in the next year's budget?
Yeah, and the contingency fund.
Selectmen's contingency.
From this year.
Selectmen's contingency.
Yeah,
Selectmen's
off
contingency from this
off
year.
of the remaining amount we have between now and,
Yeah.
Right. Right.
which amounts to,
And it would be like people that responded, in I guess, May and June maybe, just people that responded to a call in May and June, not just like people that didn't I guess you're gonna have to quantify it, or it could just be a general donation to, the department to help out. But I don't know if we wanna do that, if it's possible to do that. But it just seemed that I saw another community doing it, and I thought it was a nice gesture.
We could provide a whole bunch of $25 gift cards or something like that.
It's not a bad idea. You have $3,920 unencumbered in that line right now. If you wanted to be safe, leave a little bit of a buffer, say $3,500.
We have.
Yeah, you have $3,500 in the bank. In that line.
that's remaining in the contingency account. 3,500?
Yes, if I'm looking at the right place here, yep, contingency, 35, you have 3,900, but if you want to leave just a little bit to be safe, 3,500.
Is that as of the end of May or current?
That is of the end of May. So again,
Did we have
I don't
anything
think there are any
encumbered?
authorized expenditures out of there since the beginning of June. But I am recommending that you leave just a few $100s to cover whatever might pop up.
So I guess in terms of procedure here, if we would, you know, encumber the money, like if we didn't add it to the agenda, I don't know if we want to add it to the agenda now, if you want to do it at the next meeting, but the money would have to be encumbered before June 30th for this cause, and I would be, you know, I'd be willing to help with it, as any one of us would be, or I would also be quite comfortable with if Todd and Josh handled the figuring out how many to get, how they'd like to give it out to the different, the ambulance or the fire, or, you know, any first responder. You know,
I
so-
understand the philosophy of it. I
No, I
certainly-
mean, just the process, how we want to get the money out.
Yeah, because that's the most difficult. You just, I don't see how taking money off of our contingency fund and then giving it to a particular person because they're a volunteer is acceptable. I would rather see that go to the organization, and then if that organization needs some new equipment, but I guess I'm having a little difficulty saying we're taking contingency money and putting it into somebody's hands because they volunteered and,
And gas prices went up,
huh?
and gas prices went up, and you
I
don't.
understand that. I understand, but, you know, what we're doing is we're taking a contingency money and giving it to somebody's hands. I would rather it go into the organization because they're paying for the gas for the vehicle to get to someplace.
But she's talking about them.
He's
getting
talking about their individual
Their
vehicles
individual expense
to
again,
respond at 2 in the morning from home.
I get that, I know, but
in their own vehicle.
just wonder about the practice of taking money off of a contingency and giving it to a volunteer who's driving from one spot to another.
Well, that's why I mentioned that, years ago, we would buy things for a big fire. You know, like if there's a big fire, somebody would go down to like ABC and get grinders and pizza, and we would.
Yes, but
Donate to.
that's a particular action during a taking of an action.
Well, I just bring it up.
We have
if-
that
I
much
mean,
that we could.
Well, I understand the philosophy, I just wonder about the appropriateness of giving money into a person's hand who volunteers. Buy something for the organization? Absolutely. Pay for the gas for the vehicle? Not a problem. I just have a difficulty with the individual. Not that they're not worth it. I just,
yeah,
Do we want to find out from Jamie how much of that?
Yeah, so another thing that Todd brought to my attention is, or just asked the question, you know, how much is left over in the paper call line? Looking at it right now, there's a significant amount of unencumbered funding in the paper call line, about 16,000. That's as of the beginning of June. I'm not sure how much is paid out at the end of the year in some of those instances as opposed to the beginning. I'm also really not 100% sure what the trend has been the past couple weeks as compared to all of the other weeks of the past fiscal year. So I doubt all of that's going to be used, but if the Board of Selectmen is interested, I could also work with the fire chief to, given that this is a level of a pay-per-call program that you're discussing here, Candy, work with the fire chief to pay for some of these expenses out of this line, pay-per-call under the fire department rather than your contingency.
but that pay-per-call is for the fire department only. It does not involve any of the ambulance service, correct?
That's correct.
And what I think we're looking at here is how do you help in the same kind of a way somebody who's responding on an ambulance service call?
Yep.
Is it possible that that paper call went directly to the fire department, didn't it?
I know ambulance was looking into a pay-per-call type deal. I don't know if they ratified it yet with their board.
what if we took some money from contingency, made a donation to the ambulance board, and then have the fire department encumber some money for pay for call, gas, help?
Well, if it's under the pay-per-call, they're getting that money.
I'm just saying gas prices.
Supplemental paper
I'm just
call.
saying gas prices doubled, and when they go anywhere, if you look at just driving to the fire, I did like math, and it was like, every call just to get to the firehouse, to get to the truck and stuff, they're adding a couple bucks every trip. They do that, their training nights, a couple bucks. So I'm not like thinking it's like, again, it's a gesture more than it's so you figure in the last month or so, if they go to the training and they go to some other things, they're incurring like $30 to $50 more because they're coming to our houses, And I guess we could all do it privately. I mean, if everybody out there wants to send them, that's how my computer's going. We could do it privately, We all do private things, so.
If we gave the $3,500 in $25 gift cards, it'd be 140 gift cards. If it was $50 gift cards, it'd be 70 at $3,500.
I mean, a $50 gift card's not even a fill-up for most people right now.
Some would argue neither is 100. Well, it isn't, I mean, it's just not, because a lot of them drive the diesels too. I mean, they're responding with their big diesels and stuff.
Are we giving volunteer fire department and ambulance people the opportunity to use the gasoline that police use? Same, because that's a lower price.
I don't believe that they have access to that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no,
The
that's-
department vehicles.
Yeah, department vehicles,
Yeah.
that's
Department
true.
vehicles,
Not
yes.
our volunteers in their own
their
personal
personal
vehicles,
cars,
no.
no.
Right.
Well,
Actually, ambulance might not be. Because I know they had a credit
The
card they
ambulance
were using.
vehicles?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
may
had a
not.
credit card for a while.
But the fire department, a town-owned vehicle is able to use that and nothing else.
And the ambulance department, the ambulance volunteers, since it's not town,
I don't believe so, no.
could we offer them that?
Then you
I
gotta
think that's
monitor
more
that.
complicated than offering
Yeah.
gift cards,
Then you
at
gotta
least
monitor it.
in a
Oh, I
short
mean-
amount of time before the end of the fiscal year.
Could the ambulance association get permission from you to fill up the ambulance at the town garage?
Well, that's not where they're requesting the money go to.
I know, that's the money
That
we're
was looked
talking
into, I think, with Bob before
Yeah.
he left, and I don't believe that was allowable. Bob would have a better idea of.
It's not a
So-
town vehicle.
So because it's a 9:05 and we still got two major items that we're gonna be here for a while for, would everybody be comfortable if Josh and Todd just have Anne Marie encumber money in the contingency line for something like this and encumber the money for, out of the paper call, and then do some more research, set it up? Josh can check on some things to, how it would, if it would work or not, in terms of your concerns, and then the next meeting, we make the final vote to distribute. And then Todd, you just, decide what the numbers are, and
Okay.
That seems reasonable.
get it.
Anyone have anything else? Selectmen's comments and reports.
Yes, Friends of Main Street has announced and published the 8 concerts on the Thursdays of July and August. And then we haven't announced it yet, but on the 26th, which would be the Friday after the last summer concert, the college is going to put on a concert. It's going to be salsa time. So we're gonna have a concert on Thursday and Friday at the end of August.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Yes, sponsored by the college.
July 4th, Soldiers Monument Commission, open 2 to 4, Soldiers Monument. And at 2:15 on July 4th, we will begin reading of the Declaration of Independence. What we have done in the past is offer different sections up to people who are there, and so everybody has a chance to read a section of the Declaration. So that's on July 4th at the Soldiers Monument. We're open 2 to 4, but the reading will start about 2:15.
Just a reminder, fireworks are illegal in Connecticut, and there'll be enforcement on July 4th, so that's your warning. The Mad River Market ribbon cutting was actually pushed back to July 9th. And that's Saturday. And there's a tentative police swearing in on Wednesday, July 6th. here in the Selectmen's chambers at 10 a.m.
It looks like we have two more businesses coming on. We have a deli at 175 Main Street, and then the River Cafe or something at the old Primos. So they're doing renovations right now for that.
Anything happening with Cumberland, the old Cumberland?
That is the one property that I'm not aware of anything happening at,
I
unfortunately.
hope nothing does.
The property next to it looks like it's been fixed up.
Yes, and I saw work happening inside the building, which is good news. So, all around.
Something
positive
going
things.
in where Honey Buns was?
I'm not aware of concrete specifics yet. I'll leave it at that, but I'll be happy to talk to you all about
Okay.
the Honey Buns building at a future date, once I know a little more.
Can we have a motion to go into executive?
Motion going into executive session regarding negotiations about property and bringing the town manager with us.
9:07. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Yes, all in favor? Unanimous?
I'm saying here or going across the street?
Go next room? Takes you a while to shut down, right? And turn back on?
Yeah, that's just.
Yeah.
We're gonna be a while.
We'll go across the hall.
Is there a way we can send Glenn home? No, I'm simply
not-
saying he's gotta sit around for an hour or so here.
I agree. I don't see any point because,
Are we anticipating a vote when we come out of executive session though, Josh?
That is entirely up to you.
Maybe, we may
There's no
be-
need on the property item for a vote,
Okay,
but
just a
we-
consensus.
But I'd like you to go home, but we need to record the end of our meeting because it's all part of public record.
And
So-
I
You can
appreciate
take it from
Steve's thinking of me. I am more than willing to stay in the building. It will probably be down in the office rather than sitting
Do
here.
what we
if
used to
that's-
do with Sheila, we'll send Steve down to get you.
Okay, that's fair.
All right, we'll adjourn to the blue room.
Happy birthday, Mr. Albanese.
What's that?
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
I know it's your ideal birthday night.
were furless, but not anymore.
508.
No,
And then some.
as soon as.
Hey, Glenn, you're still here. Did you get the minutes all done?
Stuffy in there. 11:17.
Done all the minutes.
Yeah, we gotta get the boards and commissions to post their minutes, because they're not.
Are we still live and recording?
Oh,
Yep.
well, there's the edict.
Yeah, there you go.
What's that?
They heard it from me.
We're up in the bottom.
Eric?
Yes, we're live and recording.
It's 11:19 PM. We're returning from executive session. The Board of Selectmen has evaluated the town manager, Josh Kelly, and found him to be effective and awarded him a contract of $125,000 salary, a 10% increase in HSA contributions to cover deductibles, a $1,000 HSA contribution, 4 weeks of vacation, and a 10% contribution to his 401A plan. Also, the addition of the Juneteenth holiday. Can I have a motion to accept?
Make the motion.
Go ahead.
I make the motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Jack. Any further discussion? All in favor? Unanimous, thank you. Steve,
Move we adjourn.
is there a second?
All second.
Thank you, Jonathan. All in favor? Unanimous, good night.
No, that was just discussion.
No, we're good. I'll send you my thoughts on the letter.
We get things done.
Okay, please, and then you just doctor it up and we'll both sign it.
Okay, and I will send you my thoughts on the education letter,
Okay.
and then you doctor it up. Thank you.
Jack? Is Jack still here? That was it.
Just
Oh,
stepped out.
Just throw that over towards
Sheila
Jack.
just called to make sure you're okay, so.
Yes, thank you. I've already called
This is
it.
for
That's
Jack.
Jack's, yeah.
I that chihuahua, I couldn't catch a little friggin' thing.
You know what my neighbor's farm is, land camera? Almost with water fountains right next to it.
Good night.
Night.
Oh,
Oh, you gave this back to me?
Yep.
You don't need it?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Glenn took it. I have it at home.
no, we had, I said, oh my God, we've got a town